Me. Roll. Thanks. We've got a whole minute. Whoever wants to read the closed meeting motion, there's going to be a new closed meeting motion up on the screen when we different than the one you've seen so far. Thank you. Going to call to order this meeting of the City of Powell River Council for Thursday, June 4th, 2026. And the first item would be adoption of the agenda. And seconder, I don't need a seconder. I've got a motion from Councilor Alameda. And we are at a council meeting, so we do need a seconder. Got that. Any discussion on the agenda for the regular meeting? Any, all those in corporate officer? Okay. Thanks. We're trying to get it right at the last minute. So, any discussion on the agenda? All those in favor? Yeah, accept the agenda. All those opposed? The motion is carried. And first off, I think the mayor will be joining us from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and we expect that Councillor Isaacson and Councillor Elliott will be joining us later, either in person or online. The next item is after general motion to go into closed meeting. We have a new motion to go into the closed meeting on the screen if someone would like to read it.
I'll take it. I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90.1A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality or another position appointed by the municipality. C, labor relations or other employee relations. G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality. I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And sections 92, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations. I, between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party. And 3, between the municipality and a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous entity, or between a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous entity and a third party.
A seconder for that. Any discussion about the closed meeting? All those in favor? Any opposed? And there are none opposed. Meeting motion is carried unanimously, and we will reconvene right back at the same spot at 7 p.m. occupied this land for thousands of years. First item on the agenda is the public input period. So it's an opportunity for people.
Adoption of agenda, not?
to-
Oh, right, sorry, yep.
We did that a while ago, Councillor Isaacson. So it's an opportunity for at least 3 members of the public to speak for 2 minutes on an item on today's agenda, either under legislative matters, committee recommendations, or new business. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide some public input?
My name is Kathy Korlick. I'm representing the Westview ratepayers, and I am speaking on the complex 11.3. General information on that. So before I get to my questions, I have a brief preamble and start with, we had a recent
Excuse me.
survey.
This isn't a question period, it's a public comment period.
I'm commenting.
It's your opportunity to make comments.
I will. I'll make lots. So in a recent survey, public safety and security has been named as a top priority. In the past few months, fire activity in our community has raised major concerns. The proposed new hearth and home supportive housing is very close to our forest, seniors, and family communities. It has been observed that the public drug use has increased, visible on the existing supportive housing grounds, and has become more obvious around Driftwood Shelter. Establishing a second supportive housing complex could increase safety concerns in the adjoining neighborhoods. Visible drug use, as well as drug paraphernalia left in public areas, endangering children and pets. I know the community doesn't want to see the situation arise, and I'm sure the council doesn't either. Or whether it's in that neighborhood or any other, including Barnett. And I would appreciate the fact that the council, I'm sure, has taken into consideration the need for safe, affordable senior housing versus a second supportive housing building for the unhoused. And I'm hoping that there is a plan to move forward with this issue. Considering the seniors have raised us, worked hard, and paid taxes all their lives, I'm hoping there's a plan to put the needs of vulnerable people into action. Let me be perfectly clear. The importance of providing care, treatment, and rehabilitation to those in need is imperative. Unfortunately, the system in place does not seem to be working as planned. In closing, we're hoping that decisions made towards some of the motions tonight are put forward to fall. Thank you for your attention.
Now, I'm going to ask to have no clapping or cheering or any other.
Oh, come on.
I'm just asking people to abide by the decorum for council and let people speak. So next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Diane Sparks, and I would like to make 3 brief points regarding the social housing proposal on tonight's agenda. First, the current housing model has created significant challenges in our community, and many residents do not want to see those problems repeated. Second, taxpayers in Powell River have expressed concerns about bringing additional social issues into our city without effective solutions and supports in place. Third, consideration when it comes to housing, we should ensure that the people who help build this community have access to safe, affordable housing as they age. Since this council seems to disregard public opinion, the next election may be the community's best opportunity to elect representatives who will actually listen to the people they serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brianne Bennett, and I'm speaking tonight as a community member, advocate, and someone who has spent years working directly with individuals struggling with addiction, mental health challenges, homelessness, and recovery. Tonight, I want to speak about the proposed permanent supportive housing project and ask questions that many residents are asking but feel are not answered. My first question is this: what happened to treatment first? For years, we've been told that treatment and recovery are priorities, yet what we continue to see is an expansion of supportive housing while treatment beds, recovery programs, and sober living opportunities remain extremely limited. Supportive housing has a place in our community. I understand that. People need a roof over their heads, but housing alone does not treat addiction. When individuals are living in environments where active drug use, drug trafficking, overdoses, and substance use are occurring around them every day, how can we honestly expect those who want recovery to succeed? As someone who has worked in this field, I've seen people fight incredibly hard to get clean. Recovery is difficult enough without asking people to live in an environment where the very thing they're trying to escape is constantly around them. What are the investments in recovery housing? What are the sober living homes? Where are the recovery communities that provide accountability, peer support, structure, employment opportunities, and a path toward independence? Many people in our community want recovery. They want a chance to rebuild relationships with their family, gain employment, contribute to society, and live healthy lives. Why are we not creating housing options that support these goals? My concern is that we continue investing heavily in one side of the continuum while neglecting the other. A truly compassionate system should provide options. Not everyone is ready for treatment. Not everyone is ready for sobriety, but those who are should have somewhere to go. Right now, many do not. My second question concerns transparency and accountability. Why was LIFT selected as the operator for this project? Why was there a public request for proposal process? Was the project put out to a competitive bid? What other organizations given an opportunity to submit a proposal? If not, why not? Public funds are involved. Taxpayer dollars are involved. The community deserves transparency regarding how these decisions are made. When public contracts are awarded, residents should have confidence that the process was fair, open, and based on measurable qualifications and outcomes. These questions are not intended as an attack on any organization. They are questions about the governance, accountability, and public trust. We are not the only community facing these challenges. Across British Columbia, municipalities are struggling with homelessness, addiction, public safety concerns, and questions about whether current approaches are producing the outcomes that were promised. Even organizations in other communities are beginning to recognize that housing alone is not enough. Recovery must be part of the conversation. I believe our community deserves a balanced approach that includes emergency shelter for those in crisis, supportive housing for those who need stability, access to detox and treatment, recovery-oriented housing and sober living options, employment and life skills programs, clear pathways towards independence. Most importantly, people should have the right to choose recovery if that is the path they want. Tonight, I'm asking Council to answer two simple questions. What concrete plans exist to increase treatment, recovery housing, and sober living opportunities in our community? And what process was used to select the operator of the supportive housing project? The people of Powell River deserve transparency. The people struggling with addiction deserve options. And the people working every day toward recovery deserve support. Thank you for your time.
I see one other person, and it looks like they would like to speak in the public input period. Are there any others beside the person in the lineup? Council, okay to hear from one more speaker, and I'll ask you to please keep it to 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carolyn Jackson. I won't speak as fast as Brianne. In 2018, the community was told that supportive housing with support services was needed to improve outcomes for people struggling with addiction, mental health challenges, and homelessness. A facility was built at 4910 Joyce at a cost of more than $12 million, in addition to ongoing annual operating expenses. At the time, Council stated that this housing was not intended to be permanent. Residents would enter into support agreements, not tenancies. Since then, that model has changed. The units are now tenancies located on hospital lands, despite hospitals being intended to provide healthcare services rather than housing. More recently, Council told the community that a 40-bed shelter was needed to improve conditions for people experiencing homelessness, addiction, and mental health challenges. After an investment of approximately $4.6 million in capital costs, and an annual operating budget of $1.6 million, the shelter was built at 7104 Barnett Street. However, since opening, the shelter has not come close to reaching capacity. At the same time, people continue to live in the bush, fires continue to occur in our forests and walking trails, and individuals are still regularly seen passed out in front of the shelter and the OPS site gate on Barnett Street at all hours of the day and night. For these reasons, I urge Council to delay the final reading and adoption of the zoning amendment bylaw for city-owned lands at 5,000 Joyce Avenue. This amendment would allow the city to enter into a long-term lease with BC Housing for the development of a facility consisting of 40 supportive housing units, 4 complex care beds, and a 20-bed permanent shelter, along with support services. Why can't Council demand safe, sober, second-stage housing instead? It is important to note that similar support services were promised when the facility at 4910 Joyce was developed. Those services are voluntary rather than mandatory. The proposed new facility will be operated by Lyft Community Service. To my knowledge, BC Housing did not issue a public request for proposals for this project. My understanding of BC Housing procurement policy is that services and construction contracts exceeding $100,000 are generally subject to a competitive procurement process through Bid BC. Finally, by proceeding with this rezoning amendment now, the current council would be making a significant long-term decision that will greatly affect the options available to the next council. Given the importance of this issue to our community, I believe residents should have an opportunity to weigh in through the municipal election process this fall before a final decision is made. I respectfully ask Council to postpone final adoption of this bylaw and allow the community to have a greater voice in determining the future of this project. Thank you.
So moving along to item 8.1 on our agenda, which is the Spring Powell River Community Forest Grant Awards. I'm going to call Community Forest Representative Greg Hempel to make a presentation. You can open the door if you like. Mr. Hempel is going to make a presentation.
Thank you to Council for inviting our board to celebrate both deposit of our 2025 dividend check, which is 1.7 million and change, and also celebrate Council's approval of the spring 2026 community forest grants there. Talk a little bit about money first. This is a lower than average dividend, still substantial amount. The main factor is looking to the future. Powell River Community Forest has invested considerable money to grow the existing community forest area through a purchase of a forest license from Interfor. 10,000 cubic meters per year, allowable annual cut. It's a complicated process with many steps, and the result we're hoping for at the end is bringing additional forest areas in our community interface under local management, and also the increase of our AAC from 35,000 to 45,000 should increase the amount available for grants for community projects in the future. It's a transfer of forest tenure with rights to harvest timber on provincial forest land. So it involves what's called a Ministry of Forests public interest test. This was a document that we submitted back in the fall, October. Includes maps of potential areas, and I believe we posted it to our website if anybody's got a curiosity about the areas we're putting forward there, and a description is why we think this is important for our community there. I'd like to thank City Council, our shareholder, Katat Regional Board, and the Tla'amin Government Council for supporting Powell River Community Forest submission to the Minister. To show broad community support, we also reached out to a broad cross-section of stakeholder and community organizations. I won't list them all, but we really appreciate the letters that they sent on to the ministry there. The first steps, the Ministry of Forests has approved, which is subdivision and transfer of the license to community forest, and that was finalized on March 31st of this year. Next step of the process, which is fairly complicated, involves converting the AAC in suitable areas into our existing Powell River Community Forest. So that is a ongoing process right now. So a lot of work involved there. We do have a positive outlook on the future of forestry for our community, and even though there's a current level of uncertainty around markets and operational costs, I think everybody's seen the price of diesel right now. You know, on a logging block, you have processors, loaders, feller bunchers, trucks, all using these. So those costs have gone up considerably there. Before I turn it over to the chair, just wanted to say thanks also to Susan Octorloni, who's the city rep for dealing with our grants, and she's been very helpful in this process there. And also want to say that getting grant recipients together is a tradition that's been going on for 18 years, and those community connections are very important to our board, as I'm sure they are for the council. And if there's any doubts about the energy behind the projects, they're quickly dispelled when we have a chance to meet the groups there. So thank you very much. I'll turn it back to Chair Mr. Dowd. And also, if it's appropriate, we'll do our usual photo op with the check here. So I'll leave it with you, George.
Okay, that's great. So first, an idea about process here. Have a list of all the community organizations, many of whom are attending tonight. So I'd like to give them an opportunity to come up and make a comment about the community forest and what they're going to do with their grants between now and then. And after we've come to the end of that list, I'll ask everybody who's receiving grants to line up between Councillor Alameda's chair and Mr. Hempel, and we'll get the photo with the check. And that, frankly, all the time I've been on council, it's been 8 years. I think one of the highlights is the opportunity for the community forest to give grants to all of the participating groups and honor all of the volunteers that take those funds and turn them into services for our community. So this is, I think, one of the high points of the council year. We've asked all of the representatives of these organizations to come. I don't think the Texada Island Festival stage or the Powell River Farmers Agricultural Institute will be attending tonight. If they're here, they're welcome to go up to the microphone and make a comment. If they're not here, Powell River Educational Services Society, Nanton Lake to Ireland Lake Portage Enhancements. Is there anybody here who'd like to make a comment?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. My name is Hugh Pritchard. I'm the project coordinator for the Powell River Educational Services Society. And just a couple of words. For the past 20 years, in the partnership with Recreation Sites and Trails BC, we've been responsible for the upkeep and stewardship of our region's most priceless destination trail systems, the Cathat Canoe Route. So on behalf of our board, the press board, we wish to formally acknowledge and express our sincere appreciation to the Community Forest Foundation in recognizing the value of this incredible amenity. The Canoe Route is one of our finest paddling journeys in the province. If you didn't already know, it's located in the regional district, and this freshwater destination trail has attracted regular visitor use by locals by the thousands and visitors since it was first built more than 40 years ago. As a destination trail, the route's proven as a visitor attraction has generated significant revenues to local area businesses annually since its inception. It's one of only 3 wilderness trails in BC that weaves its way through iconic visuals, soaring mountains that surround fjord-like waterways, and flanked by rainforests and incredible wetlands. At around 57 kilometers long, the routes consist of multiple lakes, campsites, and multi-use forest trails that are enjoyable as a multi-day circuit or as a shorter duration trip. This project that you've supported tonight is a high priority critical project that will help us remediate and make critical safety repairs to approximately 2.5 kilometers between Nanton and Ireland Lakes. Aging infrastructure, challenging building conditions, and remote terrain are a reality in managing this aging amenity. Each year, Press recruits and employs local youth and young adults who participate in outdoor education, skills and training, and invaluable life and transferable employability skills as they work through the various maintenance and special projects on the route. Our community forest funds will be used together with in-kind and other funds to address these safety issues along this vital corridor. On behalf of all of us at Press, we thank you again for helping to preserve this priceless resource. And in the words of the great Canadian paddling icon, Bill Mason, the path of the paddle is the means of bringing things back to their original perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Life Cycle Housing Society.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carolyn Jackson, President of Life Cycle Housing. We thank the Powell River Community Forest and Council for supporting our fence project. Life Cycle Housing Society has provided over 28 years of affordable housing for seniors, families, and persons with disabilities in our community. And tenant safety is one of our core responsibilities. We house 133 people in 66 units throughout the Quebec region. The Ontario Avenue property has experienced ongoing issues related to uncontrolled pedestrian cut-through traffic, loitering, and other safety concerns that have directly impacted tenants' sense of security in their homes. This project will help better define the property boundary, improve safety for residents, and support a more stable and secure living environment, while still maintaining the surrounding pedestrian connectivity through existing trail access. We appreciate the community forest investment in practical projects that create long-term community benefit, and we're grateful for the support of this initiative. We're looking forward to moving this project forward and improving the experience and sense of safety for our 69 residents, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. On behalf of those living at Life Cycle Housing and the Volunteer Board of Directors, we thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Top Out Climbing Co-op.
Hello, everybody. My name is Derek Runyons. I'm the interim president of the board of directors for Top Out Climbing Co-op. I'm joined by Anthony Fast, our secretary. To the council and Powell River Community Forest, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for awarding Top Out with a grant for our improvements project. Running a climbing gym is an expensive endeavor, and doing so as a nonprofit in a small town is doubly challenging. Projects like this are costly, and without the support of PRCF and the city, it's questionable if this project could be achieved at all. The funds from this grant will go towards replacing our boulder mats, which are at the end of their life. We've spent the last few years patching holes and trying to extend their life, but due to the age and wear on the mats, they simply don't meet our requirements for safety and performance anymore. We're very excited to team up with a Canadian vendor and expect to have the new mats installed in August, just in time for the start of our busy season. The upgrades will provide much needed safety improvements for years to come. On behalf of the board of directors, our members, and our guests, thank you for awarding Top Out with the Powell River Community Forest Grant and for supporting our project.
Thank you. And we have the Cassette Climbers Access and Development Association.
Hello, my name is Katie Reeder, and I'm the Vice President of Quebec Climbers Access and Development Society or Association, and I'm joined here today by Jorne Vandervoorn, who is our Secretary. For those of you who don't know, or maybe easily familiar, the Quebec region is home to some of the finest granite climbing that you could find north of the 49th parallel. And it is a beautiful, beautiful place to have the honor and privilege to climb. Our organization was recently rebooted after a bit of a hiatus, and there has been a lot of work maintenance work that would normally be happening that is lapsed, and this generous contribution from the Community Forest Fund will go towards much needed maintenance on climbing routes. And as I'm sure everyone's familiar, dangling from small bolts on the rock is a precarious activity, and our organization is prioritizing the safety of both local climbers and the many visitors who come here to enjoy this region and the climbs, the hundreds of climbs that are bolted or not in the area. So the community forest funds will go a very long way towards hardware costs, bolts, anchors, a number of brushes needed to remove some moss that tends to grow over when people don't touch the rock, and much needed upgrades to the bases because Salal has a way of growing back with a vigor. So that is where the funds will be going. And we have many wonderful volunteers who are eager to stretch the dollars and put in the grunt work to make that go quite far.
No, I think that sums it up. I think
You'll have to go to the microphone.
Closer to the mic.
We really want to thank Powell River Community Forest to make this happen, and obviously, we're very happy to live in such a beautiful place, and this grant will really help us this year and the years coming to better develop the region for accessible climbing. So we thank you all.
Great. Thank you very much. And we have the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 164.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Monica Peckford. I'm the branch president, and this is Lorraine Ford, and she's our vice president. I also have a couple of our board members here, Gord Kortner, Lorraine Hanson, and Darlene Karst, if you'd like to stand up as well. On behalf of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 164, I want to sincerely thank you for awarding us the grant from the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund to replace the flooring in our lower hall. This support means a great deal to our branch and to the many members of our community who use the Legion as a gathering place. The existing floor has become worn and unsafe, creating tripping hazards and limiting our ability to fully serve the public. Thanks to your decision, we will now be able to install safe, durable, and accessible flooring that will benefit veterans, seniors, families, and all residents who attend our events, meetings, and community gatherings for years to come. The Legion has proudly served Powell River for many years as a place of remembrance, camaraderie, community connection, and community connection. This grant allows us to preserve and improve that important role. We are truly grateful to the Community Forest Reserve Fund Committee and to City Council for investing in this project. Your support directly strengthens one of Powell River's long-standing community hubs. Thank you again for your generosity and for believing in our organization. We look forward to welcoming all of you to the newly improved lower hall once the work is complete. Thank you. Lorraine is a line dancer, and she's very, very grateful for this because they use the hall a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have the Powell River Track and Field Club.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Bartway, and I'm here as a director and coach of the Powell River Track and Field Club, joined tonight by a few other board members, coaches, and a couple of athletes as well. We'd like to give our deepest gratitude to the Community Forest Board of Directors and the City of Powell River staff and officials for approving our grant application for the replacement and upgrade of our vintage high jump equipment. Few events in track and field get as many athletes as excited and motivated as high jump does, and having safe and accessible equipment is really paramount for us as a club to be able to develop and coach athletes in this event. We'll be purchasing new high jump mats that have a larger landing zone and new refreshed foam to make sure that athletes will hit the mat and not the ground beside it or underneath it. We'll also be purchasing a mobile shelter for the high jump mats. This will allow us to set up practices and competitions much more easily and efficiently, and will no doubt lead to increased participation and competency in this event and track and field locally as well. Thank you again very much for the support and funding. Cheers.
Thank you. Skookum Food Provisioners Co-op.
My name is Aaron Mazurek. I'm a president of Skookum Food Provisioners Co-op, and with me is Devin, who's also on the Central Market Committee. Thank you very much for approving our grant. The Central Farmers Market was started last year by a group of people who wanted to see more local food in the community. So that was started last year, and it was a smashing success and has led to, I guess, the need for a little bit more infrastructure and organization around that, which is why we brought in Devin.
So yeah, we're very, very grateful. This generous grant from Powell River Community Forest is going to allow us to kind of beef up our social aspect of our market, which we feel is so important. We're going to be able to purchase a modest, but because I know as a musician, it's going to be a very efficient sound system for the musicians who play at our market. And we have many community groups who have been donating their time and coming to play and making the atmosphere much more wonderful for all of us. And we're also going to provide some tables, small bistro tables and chairs, so that more of the community can take a rest if they need to. People who are have a bit of some mobility issues, or need to just take a break, can sit, enjoy the music, enjoy their food, locally produced food, and what we have to offer at the market. So we're very grateful that we can do this for the community that's coming to enjoy the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thanks again for supporting it. It starts this Saturday at 10 o'clock down at Wellington Beach. Hope to see you all there. On a separate note, if I may I'm also a board member for the Powell River Farmers Agricultural Institute, so they might not have sent you a memo, but I'm here to represent them as well. The grant funding there is to do some improvements in the Quonset hut, which holds the farmers market over the winter and holds things like the fall fair and other community events. So pretty much a safety issue there. Just there's a lot of like tripping hazards, and it's very, the money will go to good use there, making that place safer and more accessible for use. So thank you also to the Powell River Community Forest for that grant. Much appreciated.
Thank you for both presentations. Powell River Rod and Gun Club.
My name's Willie Roberts. I'm here representing the Powell River Rod and Gun Club. I didn't realize I was supposed to make a speech. I have my speech prepared for tomorrow, but not for tonight. So on behalf of the Rod and Gun Club, we'd really like to thank the Community Forest and the City of Powell River for approving our grant. It'll work wonders for our club, keeping the environment safer. Thank you.
Great, good speech. Prisma, is Art Rice or Andy Rice, sorry, here? Oh, that's not Andy Rice. Who is that guy?
I'm Nick Simons. I'm the new board president of Prisma, and I just want to start by thanking the Community Forest and Council and the City of Powell River. You know, you think about the variety of recipients that are benefiting from the generosity and the thoughtfulness of the grantor. from bolts on granite rocks to floors to do line dancing on to, musical instruments. This really just speak to the beauty and the breadth of activities that are available for people in Powell River. And I think it speaks to our community, the generosity of our community, and the desire for a community to be vibrant and a place for people to be able to participate in all sorts of activities. So on behalf of Prisma and Arthur, who would probably right now take out his cello and serenade you, I'm not doing that. We're very excited about it. Prisma starts in a couple of weeks. I hope everyone gets a chance to go and listen to some beautiful music. Thank you very much.
You are capable of that.
BC Conservation Foundation.
Council and board members of the community forest. My name's Leanne Ennis, and I'm here on behalf of the BC Conservation Foundation, and we are very grateful for an award towards our kelp nursery. I'm a kelp biologist, and I've been working on this project for just 2 years down in Cannery Bay, Oakover Inlet, and I've provided a picture of some kelp that we surveyed in Oakover Inlet last May. And the former beautiful, canopy kelp of this area is very much diminished, but very much deserves our attention. And it's very fitting that a community forest grant would go towards seaforestation or reforestation of the ocean. Wouldn't you agree? So I'd like to add to Nicholas Simon's list of activities that this community can partake in and be proud of, kelp reforestation. So if you have someone in mind who might be interested in learning more about that and joining me down in Oakover Inlet, I'd like to hand out my email address right now, at gmail.com. If you've got a young person who's on their way to university, needs some inspiration, or perhaps maybe an older person who's looking for something interesting and different, just give me a text or an email and get in touch. And we're very happy to have you come and learn more. I just want to also acknowledge project partners Clam and Nation and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So I'd like to add the community forest and the city of Powell River to that list of for this meaningful project. Thank you so much. And I'm really happy to come tonight to make these connections. I'm fairly new and I'm pretty excited to be here in Powell River and cut that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a couple more formalities before we get into the annual picture taking. First off, I'd like all the community forest board members to put their hands up so people can see that you're here and see who you are. And on behalf of the city council members and Mayor Wasno, I'd like to thank all of the community forest board members for all the work you do running the community forest, keeping it a profitable organization for our city and all the people in it, and for going through all of these applications and vetting them and making sure that we're giving the money that's earned by the community forest to the right people to do the right things in the community. And also thank you to all of the organizations that are here accepting grants tonight and all the volunteers that work there, because with all of you together, you're making this community a great and a wonderful place to live. So on behalf of the city, thank you. And now if we can have all the recipients and the community board members and the council members lining up right over here for a photo. And I believe there is a check. It's you could grab it. You just need to reach over a bit. We go outside. Okay. Going to take the photo outside because I hear it's officially stopped raining.
You have no answer? Oh. There's no like, sometimes there's like a charger that you know
Sometimes I
for the
charge it at the office. It's toasty in here after you've been outside. There are a lot of things to do, but they don't. Hmm. Got to do this for a while. Trying to do a restart.
Yeah. Has a glitch with its sleep function.
Anybody see Councilor Elliott coming back? He's, Yes.
So nice outside.
Yeah. We could have the meeting outside.
Very hot.
And I think we got everybody we need.
Into RCMP quarterly report.
Yep. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is number 8.2, RCMP Q4 quarterly update. We have our RCMP staff sergeant with a report.
Evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to come to present for our fourth quarter of 25-26. Some of the things that we've been doing over at the RCMP detachment. Just for some clarity, because the numbers can get a little teeny bit confusing, the RCMP fiscal year runs from April 1st to March 31st. So the fourth quarter is from January to the end of March of 2026. So just so some of the numbers get a little teeny bit jumbled. Our total calls for service for the entire fiscal year were up slightly, 1% over the year. For the quarter, there was a 15% jump from 1,057 last year to 1,224 this year. Getting into the specific types of files, our check well-being files are fairly static for the quarter, up slightly, 9% for the year. Mental Health Act calls for the quarter were fairly static again. However, they are up 32% for the fiscal year ending March 31st. Our unspecified assistance files, again, these are files that don't fall necessarily neatly into any other specific category. For the quarter, they were down by 28%, and they were down over the year by 41%. And some of this has to do with better adjustment of files to meet a specific category. Our missing persons files were down from 15 to 11. The bulk of those files were youth who were away from the home for a short period of time and had left to attend something they felt like they should attend. For the year, they're down significantly, 46.5%, which is good to see. Impaired driving files, fairly static quarter over, but for the year, our impaired driving files are up We have a couple of members that are fairly traffic enforcement oriented and have been doing an excellent job in trying to apprehend and address impaired driving on our roadways here in the QRD in the city. Our persons crimes, so these are several different groups of files jumbled all together. We're up 32% for the quarter, although for the year we're down 6%. And we'll go into what some of those persons files are. Assaults are up 18% for the quarter, however, down 13% for the year, year to year. Sexual offenses, again, fairly static for the quarter, but down from 31 to 22 for the year. Harassment files, we saw an uptick in those for the quarter from 33% increase from 21 to 28, but again, fairly static for the year, 3.8% increase, which is nominal. Uttering threats, we've had a fairly large increase there from 19 to 29 for the quarter, but a smaller increase for the year over. And there were several uttering threats charges of those files actually went to charge, were forwarded to Crown. Property crime in the city is up from 161 to 202 for the quarter. However, there is a slight decrease for the year. Bike theft, we saw a jump almost double for the quarter and a 40% increase for the year. Break and enters overall were up substantially. While the numbers themselves are relatively small, so looking at the percentage is a little bit misleading. I'll discuss specifically business break and enters in a further slide. So for the year to date, our numbers are up. If you notice, the business B&Es from 33 to 42 is almost mirrors the increase in business B&Es over the quarter. That we have attributed to a single person that was in our area for a short period of time. This person was active both in the city and in the regional district area, the provincially funded areas. We have not yet been able to charge this person, but not surprisingly, when they left the area, our business B&Es basically stopped. So we're very, very confident that's the person. We're just trying to put in enough evidence to be able to address that person through the courts. Residential B&Es are also fairly substantial for the year. Nobody likes to have somebody come into their house, and we're trying to address that as well. We have a few people in that that we attribute most of those to that live in our area. Theft unders for the quarter, relatively static, a small increase, but there's a 20% increase for the year over. And I'll address something about that here in the next slide. So we've jumped from 12 to 28 for the quarter for shoplifting reports. However, the reports have gone down over the year. Anecdotally, we've heard that this is because we're having better reporting from businesses of these shoplifting files. One local retailer has changed their policy from not reporting at all to reporting and taking part in court processes. So that has helped a lot. And I have also heard from several businesses that where they weren't reporting before, they are reporting now, and we're getting those responses. So it's unclear 100% whether that is an actual increase in actual offenses or we're just getting more reports, which, if that's the case, is fantastic. We'll be able to deal with some of our higher profile offenders for that. Theft from vehicle, almost a double from over the quarter and 165% increase. We did a report a few months ago that showed sort of some of the areas, and we've been targeting those areas to try to figure out exactly who it is. We do have some targets identified that for these types of offenses, but the way they travel and the times that they're doing this has made it a little bit challenging for us to be able to be effective at this yet, but we're still working at that. And we do have we've achieved some provincial funding that's going to help us target this a little bit better. Theft of vehicle, a small decrease, 5 to 4, and a decrease over the year, which is good from 23 to 2019. Our frauds, fairly static for the quarter and exactly the same year over. We have been hearing of several cryptocurrency frauds that have been successful, I guess is the word, in our area recently, and we're trying to get the word out, get some education to try to help people avoid those. Mischiefs, damage to property, things like that, from 76 down to 69 for the quarter, and a 23% decrease over the year, which is good to see. We're trying to be very visible in some of the areas that these have been noticed. Our drug offenses for the quarter were static. However, for the year, our drug investigations, not necessarily our charges, but our investigations are up 18%, and several of those from the last quarter came to fruition in our current quarter, where we've been able to make some arrests and see some results. Most of those that have been successful are drug trafficking, and all the ones that have been gone to charge are drug trafficking. So we're up from 1 the previous quarter, this quarter, to 3, and we've had a 46% increase in our drug trafficking investigations year over. Weapons offenses staying at 1, and over the year, again, fairly static. And that is it for my quarterly report for our files.
Around the table and see if we have any questions. Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, sir, Staff Sergeant. When you mentioned the fraud part, it came to mind, I guess, a couple of things that I've seen online recently this week. Today I heard of, which has happened in years past, is whenever we get close to Blackberry Festival, there always seems to be some probably foreign group that tries to pull off a couple scams. And then I also saw one related to the Evo apartment building with an application scam as well. So just curious from the RCMP perspective, or what the city can do to help promote diligence and safety when these types of fraudulent things happen in the community.
Many of these are the same, for the AI scams, the cryptocurrency scams, is to ensure that the email that you're responding to or the link that you're clicking is actually the link you're looking for. Sometimes the best thing that somebody can do is come out of the ad that they're seeing and search for the actual event you're looking for, which makes sure you go direct. For some of the other types of scams where it's there's family scams, or they're pretending to be somebody else, or a bank scam, hang up and call the bank directly. And if there's an issue, then they'll address it. Also realizing some of the things that banks won't do. They won't phone and ask you for your PIN. They won't ask for gift cards to pay off a debt. The CRA scam is one of those that does that as well.
Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Staff Sergeant Dyson, I'm wondering if you could talk, you provided a lot of numbers, and I really do appreciate the comparison quarter over quarter and then year to date between the current and previous years. It helps paint a picture. I'm wondering if you could describe it in a bit of a narrative, like overall, like trends. Are there specific types of offenses that you are most concerned about? How safe are things feeling? Is there a bit of a overall picture you can describe how things are feeling right now over the past year compared to previous years?
I haven't been here for previous years, so it's difficult for me to address that very, very directly. What we're hearing is that overall, this is a relatively safe community. Some of the trends that we have is hard to talk about over the year because they ebb and flow in relatively short periods. For example, the B&E offender that was here, that's a very short period of time. He hits a whole bunch of things and then he leaves, which is good for us. I think he saw that we were starting to watch him and decided it was time to go. The trends that are happening, there's a lot of factors that come into those, and sometimes by the time we realize that the trend is happening, we look into the factors, they've kind of changed, so it can be a little bit chasing your tail a little bit to try to determine what those are. Some of the things that we're hearing from the community There are things that are challenges that we're hearing about as problems. Traffic safety is always something that people are concerned about. I have a letter on my desk right now that I received today about speeding in school zones and playground zones. One of the things we've been getting lots and lots of calls about are youth on e-scooters and electric bikes traveling, what has been determined to be dangerously fast, or with little care for other roadway users or trail users. The illicit drug use has been brought up as an issue, the public drug use, but also the trafficking to bring some of these dangerous substances into our city that aren't supported, and we don't know what people are getting, so the end results tend to be very, very bad. Drug toxicity is a huge risk. The financial crimes we just talked about, cryptocurrency and AI scams. Some of the extortion attempts that we've seen a little bit here, not to the extent that the Lower Mainland has, and of a very different variety, but we've seen a little bit of those. We've been dealing moderately, but too much, with cyberbullying and sextortion issues, primarily within schools, that we've been trying to address. Our community policing unit has been successful in trying to get out there and get those words spread. But that can be a challenge with the youth, as I'm sure you're aware. And we're just trying to make sure that we're out there talking to the public and trying to get their feedback, as well as the feedback of council and the regional district, to try to determine what sort of our focus should be.
Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question. You answered my other question. With regard to, I am a cyclist, so it kind of annoys me when I see particularly people on, the new generation of motorized small vehicles. But it's always annoyed me that cyclists don't necessarily obey traffic laws, or even are necessarily respectful of motorist traffic. And my own personal experience is I have a good relationship with motorized vehicles. I stay out of their way as much as possible. But is that a problem? Is it being observed to be a problem? I don't see a whole lot of traumatic type incidents or anything like that, but control of these smaller like scooters and e-bikes, etc. Is it a problem, or is it actually working well?
So you're right that we're very lucky here. Our incidence of interactions, I guess what I would call it, between cyclists and vehicles is relatively low here, which is good. From what I've seen, I'm not understanding 100% why that is. I guess people are being more careful than it looks like. Some of the things that we're having is people driving some of these new electric scooters and not following the legislation as it relates to them, be they limited speed motorcycles or motor assisted cycles, and the rules that go with those. One of the things that we hear fairly regularly is the interactions between some of these electric bikes, scooters, whatever you want to call them, on the trails, and not having respect for some of the pedestrians or dog walkers and those sorts of things. So that is a big challenge that we're working on, trying to get some education and follow that up with enforcement if we're not seeing changes in behavior.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Staff Sergeant Dyson. So just a couple of questions, if you bear with me. The first question I asked over at Regional District, and I really liked your answer, and so I want to ask it again. Are we having some of our crimes that are linked to out of area, maybe organized crime, and how do we work with those agencies to do enforcement on those things that may be kind of bigger than us?
So we work closely with several agencies, or whether they're other governmental units, enforcement units throughout the province, in trying to address some of these trends that we see. 2 weeks ago, or actually just before our last discussion, 3 of our general investigation section members were actually at a meeting with a group of like that, to sort of determine what some of the trends are That one was specifically for trafficking and organized crime investigations to try to determine, sort of what's been working and what some of the trends are that we're seeing in other areas. So yeah, that's something that we take very seriously to try to make sure that you don't work in a vacuum, and having the most information makes us more successful than if we were just trying to do it on our own. And also, as some of these trends happen, in my experience in the time I've been here, is that we're a little bit behind the curve, which is good, because when we hear it from other places, we kind of have an idea that it's coming here, and then we can be prepared and try to get ahead of it before it sort of develops here.
So my second question is a little bit about prevention of things we are seeing in the Lower Mainland, like the absolute astronomical increase in extortion that's happening in the Lower Mainland is new to them as well. Do we have a way to head that off at its pass? Do you know what the conditions are that contribute to that? I know it's probably organized crime as well. Do we have a way of tracking whether it's headed our way or not?
That's a difficult question to answer. There's several different things happening at the same time with the extortions that are happening in the Lower Mainland and across Canada, for that matter. We haven't seen any of those here to that extent. Yeah, I'm not as well versed on that as I probably should be in order to give you a proper answer on that. I'm watching what's happening there. I'm involved in some of the meetings where those are discussed. And my guess would be that from what I know of those particular offenses, we're not going to see the rash of them here. We could, but I think that we're insulated somewhat from that for a number of reasons.
Okay. And then, so in relation to thefts that happen in our community, there's been a curiosity that I've had and others as well of if it was perhaps linked to folks outside of our area, and how do they move all of this stuff, and how do people make money off of it when we're such a small community? You can only go on ferries. And so can you shed some light on whether we're recovering all that here, it's being sold locally, or if it is actually connected outside?
We are recovering some here, not all. We have been successful in determining where some of it's going, the stuff that we haven't found. We've determined some of that, but we're still working to actively figure out, so if there's a local fence, if there's somebody that we're dealing with locally.
Like bikes specifically, for example.
Yeah, so bikes tend to be, the people that steal the bikes are very efficient at getting the bike, changing the look of the bike, and getting it back out fairly quickly. Those tend to stay local. Some of the higher end stuff can leave, but what we're finding on the lower end bikes, they're staying local, and we're finding them. We just recovered one, I think it was 18 months, we got it back. And it looked nothing like when it left.
And it stayed local?
It stayed local, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palm.
Thank you. Through the chair, Sergeant, always good to see you in the chamber here, giving us the latest facts and figures.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm a little concerned when I see, large increases in break and entry, and in terms of your slide, year to date, they're up both residential, business, theft under 5,000 up, shoplifting surprisingly down, but theft from vehicles over 100% increase. Is there any specific area that we can tell our citizens they should be aware of when they're parking their car?
Yes, everywhere.
That was going to be your
I couldn't let that one go. One of the issues that we're having is that, people are used to Powell River being a certain way, and unfortunately those times are past. We receive many reports of thefts from vehicles that were left unlocked, and personal items left in the vehicle, just, visible and easily accessed. It appears that many of our vehicle thefts are crimes of opportunity. Somebody walks by, checks the door, or actually sees an item inside and then opens it. So unlocked vehicles is a major issue, not all. but that is one issue. The downtown core, not surprisingly, because that's where the highest density is where we're seeing most of our thefts and vehicles. The hospital area is another area that's seeing some, and a little bit by the complex.
Thank you for that. Just one second question, last question to follow that up is, are we seeing organized crime coming off our ferries, entering our community and then leaving quickly, or is any of that going on? Organized crime coming here just to partake for a day or two and then leave?
We do have information that organized crime does play a role here in some of our offenses. We have seen known members of organized crime organizations in town. They don't tend to stay here very long, so it could be that they're coming in to commit crimes or make, organize certain offenses. We know some people come here. It's a beautiful part of the world. They do come here for time off, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Everybody needs a vacation.
Yeah. Sunshine Coast. So, but we do know that there is active crimes that are related to organized crime here.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
I've got a couple of questions. First, all interesting slides, and it's fun to think about what those little differences are from time to time. But are those slides going to be available on the city website for people in the crowd who might want to be able to look at them more carefully, and maybe for Mr. Galinsky for the peak? And
They're attached to the agenda.
pardon me?
They're attached to the agenda.
Are attached to the agenda. Okay. And the staff, so that means they're available to the public who look for the agenda. So that's good. Thanks. The only question I can figure out to ask you otherwise is, do you expect to see any spillover from the football crowd in the FIFA events that are going on?
What we've heard anecdotally is not that we'll get a spillover from the actual FIFA crowd, but we've heard that there are residents in the Lower Mainland who are putting their residences up as temporary shelters or temporary, I don't know what the word is, Airbnb type things. And then they're coming here for a holiday during that period to get away from it. So I don't know for sure, but I have heard that that's a thing.
You're expecting kind of a surge of tourism to escape the FIFA crowd?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from anybody? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I noticed the impaired driving was up 29%. Is that increased people looking for impaired drivers, or do you think we've all of a sudden got more people driving with impaired than before?
I would suggest that is primarily that we're being more effective, not that there's necessarily more on the roads.
Okay.
Sometimes for events, there's a spike during a specific event, or we do get those, but I think we're just being more effective at intercepting them.
Right. And you did tell us that for theft from vehicles and that huge increase that you were trying to identify what that was about. Do you think there might be some individuals that account for most of that?
Yes, definitely. We do have some of them identified.
Okay, thank you.
What's any other questions? So thank you. We'll see you next quarter.
Thank you very much. See you next quarter.
That brings us to the consent agenda. Is there anything anybody would like to remove from our consent agenda?
What's in it? Some minutes.
The consent agenda,
I move that the June 4th, 2026 consent agenda be adopted.
seconded by Councillor Alameda. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. And down to nothing removed from the consent agenda. We're at legislative matters. That's a development permit for Duncan Street.
Hugo.
Good evening, Council. Hello, Councillor Elliott. The purpose of today's presentation is to present to you a development permit application for Lot 3 Duncan Street. And if the decision is made tonight to issue that permit, that will facilitate the construction of a new industrial facility. Beginning with site context, Lot 3 Duncan Street is a north-south oriented rectangular lot situated within the city's industrial corridor. It fronts onto Duncan Street and is located just across the street from Cook Avenue. And as you can see on your screen there, it's also very close to the intersection of Duncan Street and Manson Avenue. The property is designated employment center within the city's OCP and has a zone of M1, which is general industrial. Correspondingly, a lot of the properties, or rather all of the properties around the subject site, are also industrial use properties. With respect to what is being proposed, the applicant is proposing a modern multi-tenant industrial facility, which if if it will advance and move towards construction, will measure or have a gross floor area in excess of 11,000 square feet divided across 5 ground level self-contained units, each with an internal mezzanine, entrance, and bathroom with shower. With respect to conformance to the city's development permit area guidelines, much of the development is conforming with the desired form and character. And so, as an example, the height of the building will be 25 feet, which is the maximum permitted under existing flight path regulations. 3 bicycle racks, 15 at-grade parking spaces, and 2 loading bays will also be provided. These will be sited to the side and rear of the building. Garbage and recycling will also be sited towards the rear of the lot, away from the street and screened by the building. Landscaping will incorporate a mix of both hard and softscape elements, which will serve to ensure that transitional areas, outdoor spaces will be sufficiently screened, framed, and softened, meaning that landscaping will serve to ensure that transitions, say, between the right-of-way and the property occur naturally, is visually appealing, and is appropriately framed. Where proposed development is maybe not fully in conformance with our city's form and character guidelines, one of them is the orientation of the building. The other pertains to vehicular and pedestrian circulation on the site. The first you can see is primarily due to the orientation of the site, and this has largely been addressed through conversations with the applicant, through the incorporation of landscaping, but also various architectural elements, just to ensure that the northern section of the property, as well as the northern facade of the building, more actively engages with Duncan Street, meaning that the landscaping and that side of the building contributes to a more vibrant, kind of safe pedestrian environment. With respect to vehicular circulation, staff's opinion on that is that the lack of on-site traffic control is acceptable given the size of the lot. And so, having consideration of the above, staff's recommendation in this instance is that council issue development permit 436 to the applicant, Unit 19 Holdings, for this particular property, subject to the payment of a landscape deposit that is satisfactory to the developmental planning services. Thank you.
Any questions, Council? Councilor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Hugo. I'm just curious, I guess, from a process standpoint, just trying to understand things. Normally, we often see variance permits for things that are outside the scope of what our bylaws are. This, as you stated, is not outside the scope. So I was curious, is it on the agenda for council because it's not in the natural facing of the building, doesn't face the way that we would like it to face due to the direction of the property? I was just curious how it ended up on council because it seemed like it wasn't anything extraordinary.
Through the chair to Councilor Almeida, that's a great question. And based on the delegation bylaws, certain authorities are granted to the Director of Planning Services to approve certain development permits. In this particular instance, this application has come before council because of a number of reasons, including the cost and size of construction, as well as the type of construction, or the type of development, rather.
Any other hands? But Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, you got to look this way to see me.
I was kind of surprised that I didn't see your hand up earlier. But.
Well, I did have it up earlier. And then I put it down and then I put it up again. Thank you, Hugo. I appreciate the report. My question, I think, has to do with like process-wise, it's here because of Skype, scope, all of those things. Do we have it being consistent across like frontage for that type of area with sidewalks and stuff like that? Are we concerned about entry, exit, flow, or any of those things?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, through our internal approvals process, we do reach out to different departments, and no concerns were raised with respect to such things as circulation, et cetera, with respect to what is being proposed for this property here.
So those departments, are they checked off in the report, or did we miss, because engineering or infrastructure was not checked off in the report, but I'm assuming planning is here, so they've seen it. And so I'm just curious about how that, so there's check marks and some of them are not checked off. And I was wondering if that was accurate, or can I assume infrastructure services was CC'd?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So the check marks in the box reference concurrence. And so concurrence is a little different than what Mr. Wu pointed out in relation to the internal referral process. The internal referral process happens before we even write the report. So it's something that we've been doing for years. We engage fire, engineering, and any other departments. Concurrence is something that's been established by the CAO, and it's typically we're looking at finance and administration for concurrence. Planning sometimes does as well, and that's why you see the check marks in there.
Okay.
Arguably, engineering could check that off as part of the referral process, but that just hasn't been happening. But I assure you, the referral process has been a long-standing practice.
Okay, it was a little bit deceptive from council's perspective. We don't see a lot of development permits, and to us, it looks like those were missed.
Fair enough.
But one question for myself, and that you've got a single driveway for all of these units going out onto Duncan Street, which is quite a busy street at that location, but you don't talk about any internal traffic control. Wouldn't it be reasonable to have a stop sign on that one driveway before people go out onto Duncan?
Through the chair to the chair. As Mr. Wu pointed out, it did get referred to our engineering services team, and they looked at it from egress access perspective. That wouldn't align with the vast majority of our properties that house similar sized buildings. You're correct. If we're looking at a mall site or something of that nature, yes, they would have a stop sign, but 15 cars wouldn't trigger that type of internal signage.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Elliott, another question.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, that would be okay too.
I move that council issue development permit 436 to Unit 19 Holding Limited, number BC 1182131, to facilitate the construction of a new multi-unit industrial facility at lands legally described as Lot 3, District Lot 5120, Group 1, New Westminster District Plan, LMP 35038, subject to the payment of a landscape security deposit to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning Services.
Councillor Alameda, any discussion? Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to express appreciation for the potential developer of this land. We have a dearth of not enough industrial properties for small businesses within the city limits. We lose out to the regional district often. And so anytime we can support businesses to keep their businesses local to the city, close to their client bases, I think it's a win-win for everyone. And so I'm obviously the development permit doesn't confirm that this will get built, but it helps the owner get one step closer. And I really hope that the project's successful. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
I had the same sentiments. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Councillor Palm.
Mr. Chair, it's always nice to see development that you weren't expecting come forward. So thanks for the report tonight, and it's nice to see no viewscapes have been.
I would speak to the motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I speak in favor of the motion. I speak in favor of the facilities, which we're lacking in our community. I did have one last question. How are we doing on timing and issuing development permits in this case? And are we doing well in that regard?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the time frame for this particular application with some back and forth, and I'm going to look to my colleague. It was roughly 3 months. Is that a fair statement? Typically, we can operate even quicker than that. Depends on exactly what we receive in terms of a development application. Those are pretty quick turnarounds. And maybe just along those lines, one of the comments that was coming up earlier was delegated authority. So the vast majority of development permits are actually delegated to myself in my role as a director of planning services, and that's why you don't see them. These ones aren't, and there are some specific circumstances. So in a situation where delegated authority is used, we're actually even quicker, turning things around in sometimes a month. So just to give you a sense as to our turnaround time.
I was happy to give you that opportunity to tell us.
Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Brings us to the next item. The zoning amendment for city-owned Barnett Street properties. Bed A123. Councillor Elliott.
So this did come up at committee of the whole, and the recommendation was to move forward here to council. And so I recommend that the City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100 2006 amendment bylaw 2816 2026 be adopted.
Councillor Isaacson. Would you like to explain that any further, Councillor Elliott?
I would actually. So in an attempt to make the properties on Barnett Street better able to be utilized by developers or nonprofits or housing providers to create affordable housing in that area, the city has gone ahead and subdivided and rezoned 2 parcels. The one that is currently has the temporary shelter on it, and another one in behind the RCMP office. And those have all been zoned for multi-story or apartment style multi-unit housing. And so that makes it one step closer and easier for nonprofits or other projects to move forward in the future.
Councillor Isaac.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions that came up from members of the public over time on this one. One was concerned about the creek. And so both the lots that are created are north of the creek with space for riparian zone. And so clear that. There was also a concern that, it had previously been considered for the fire hall and deemed not an appropriate place. Just because something was deemed not appropriate for a fire hall doesn't mean that there are other potential purposes for it. And so while any site would require a little bit of investigation, moving in this direction for multiple family residential 5 zoning, which includes assembly, civic, and institutional use, would make it easier in the future. To be clear, there are no, staff have been clear, there is no specific plans for, one currently houses the temporary shelter, but there's no specific plans for the other one located in behind the RCMP building. This is just setting us up for success if opportunities arise for housing or other public or community benefit uses. This is city land, and it's nice to be in a place where we can act upon opportunities when they arise. Thank you.
Any other hands? We'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Brings us to item number 11.3, Complex Way Road Closure Zoning Amendment, BC Housing, Supportive Housing and Shelter Facilities. And we have the Director of Planning Services.
The proposed report before you is the purpose of the report before you is to present City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100 2014 amendment bylaw 2761 2024 for council's consideration of adoption. Bylaw 2761 proposes to rezone areas of the recently closed portion of Complex Way adjacent to the Cathette Regional Hospital. The first three readings of bylaw 2761 were granted in November of 2024. Lands in question are currently zoned A2, which is the large lot rural zone, and bylaw 2761 proposes that these lands be rezoned to NT, which is the institution zone, in alignment with the adjacent hospital district lands. Should bylaw 2761 be adopted, council can then consider BC Housing's request to provide vacant city-owned land in the form of a long-term lease on which a permanent, provincially funded supportive housing and shelter facility would be built. The proposed facility would include 43 single occupant residential supportive units and 20 shelter beds. Project partners include BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, Lift Community Services, Kahama Nation, and the City of Powell River. Bylaw 2761 is closely associated with Bylaw 2760, which was adopted by Council on February 5th of this year. Bylaw 2760 is the road closure bylaw required to close the portion of Complex Way in question. And on May 27th of this year, the city received notice of registration that title was raised for the lands identified in Bylaw 2760, which means the highway dedication was canceled and title to the property was registered. As a result, Bylaw 2761 can now be considered for adoption. Prior to considering adoption, staff are recommending a couple of modest technical amendments. First, that the legal descriptions of the new parcels created when title was raised at the Land Title Office be included in the bylaw. And second, that the diagram included in Schedule 1 of the bylaw be replaced by a version that accurately reflects the amalgamation of the lands that front Abbotsford Street to match the larger hospital district lands that took place as a result of negotiations with Cathette Regional Hospital District. Included in the recommendations are motions that address these proposed amendments. And this completes my presentation. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Would you, Director Gao, could you please explain for our benefit and the public's that the process that would happen beyond this decision tonight, and maybe include how the timing might go along with our quiet period for elections and how that affects anything in the future?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So should this bylaw be adopted tonight, the next steps would be for BC Housing staff and city staff to engage on a draft lease. City staff would eventually bring that lease to council for consideration, and we would look for direction as to whether or not to move into that lease with BC Housing. Following that, if there was an agreement made between those two organizations, BC Housing would submit a building permit application, and potentially construction could begin after that. The timing is a little hard to pin down because negotiations around a lease can take a really long time, and it really will depend on both parties and how far they're willing to give. Often these are negotiations where both parties have an intended outcome, and so staff would work towards the best interests of the city. We'd bring that draft before council for consideration, and council would give us direction as to whether or not to move into that agreement.
So in order for this council to hear that draft, it would have to come back by what time frame?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, if your question is in regards to the quiet period, I will attempt to answer, but I then might lean on my corporate officer to help. There was a discussion between myself, the CAO, and the corporate officer as it relates to specifically this file and whether or not the quiet period would apply. The quiet period, when you read the policy, is related to new initiatives. This is an ongoing initiative where council has been involved on this from the get-go.
Okay.
And so the position, and I look to my CAO and corporate officer and they're nodding, is that the quiet period would not apply to any kind of notice that council wanted to put out as it related to a lease negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Did you have anything to add?
Pardon me?
Oh, I just wondered if our CAO had anything to add because he got really excited, grabbed the mic, and I thought it meant he had something to add.
Through the chair, no, I was just being prepared in case I was called upon, but no, nothing to add. Thank you.
Appearing agreeable and nodding his head a few times, so I think we're okay there. Any other questions? Anybody like to move the motion? Councillor Isaacson?
Thank you. And just confirming, we have 4 motions on the table and they each need to be done separately, one at a time, I believe. Just confirming, there's no and clauses here, right? Okay. First one, I move that third reading of City of Powell River Zone 2014 Amendment Bylaw 2761/2024 be rescinded.
Seconder for that, Councillor Almeida.
I'll speak to this one briefly. The first 3 items really are about housekeeping, about updating where we got to previously with the accurate records from the Land Title Office. I would argue the substantial motion about whether this moves forward is the 4th motion on the table. So this is the first one of 4.
Any discussion? Councillor Pong.
Yes, through the chair, I've got a few things to say in regard to this, so bear with me. First of all, I'm going to ask the question because I don't know the answer, and that is there anybody from BC Housing in the house tonight? Is there anybody from Lyft in the house tonight? Oh. So, no to both of those is quite perplexing to me. You know, the sad part of this is it falls on us here in this chamber where we're only providing a lease to bear the brunt of presentations that we heard earlier this evening as to why people feel so strongly that we don't need another supportive housing, which will add to unsafe streets in our community. That is alarming. It should be alarming to you. And I feel sorry for our staff that's put in this position, as I've said to BC Housing and behind the scenes, because our staff shouldn't be carrying the communication load in this regard. We used to have a process until the provincial government changed direction, where we used to have public hearings or rezoning, where the public could weigh in and had specified time for deliberations. And consultation has been brief. It's been orchestrated so that the public could not get many answers. It's just not the way business should be done when we're dealing with a project like this that could have many effects on our community. So I had to say that at the start. Just to be clear of where I stand on the issue. And I'm going to speak to, first of all, safety in our streets and safety in our community, because in my heart, when you accept this job, sitting up here and making these decisions, the number one thing that we should be thinking about is the safety, not only of the vulnerable, everyone in our community that's affected. And we hear loud and clear, I've heard loud and clear of many of the things that are going on out there that greatly disturb me. And that's not the Powell River when I moved here 42 years ago that I found. As the presentation from the chief tonight outlined, you've got to lock up everything these days. When I first moved here, that was never a thought. Doors were open, just like the community of Nanaimo that I grew up in. Things have changed, unfortunately. But we should all be thinking about safety, council, every second that we're in this seat. And we should never lose sight of safety first. Especially those of the taxpayers that provide the salaries that make this place operate. And the job that staff does. You, the public, pay for that. You should be concerned about your city, and you are. That's why you're here tonight. I applaud you for being here. I'll just let you know that all along in this process, I have voted against this development. For the simple reason alone, number one is location. We already have a 40-bed facility on Joyce. We have another one proposed a few blocks down the street that encompasses care for seniors, our hospital, our complex, new subdivision, new multi-room complex for I think it's 150 people to live in. When those things were being proposed here and we voted in favor of them, there was never any thought that this was going to happen and be put in the middle of all of those developments. That's not fair to those developers. They shouldn't have to face this decision going in that neighborhood where they've spent millions of dollars to go forward. That, in my mind, is wrong. Oh, please don't.
Excuse me.
I've got a few other
Councillor
things
Palm.
to say. Please don't.
Councillor Palm,
Sorry.
I'm calling you to order. I have a comment to make. I'd like you to be quiet for a moment. I'm going to speak to the audience, and I would like the public to remain in the room. If you continue to have outbursts of noise, clapping, and a way to continue the meeting without the public present, okay? I want to go ahead. I would like to call everybody to give respect to all of the speakers, including Councillor Palm, and refrain from outbursts. I'm not going to spend all night talking about it. I'm just asking for cooperation. Councillor Palm, if you would like to speak to the motion on the table, that would be nice.
Thank you. I'm not quite finished yet. As I said, I have a few things to say about the motion. So, as I've said, I've voted against this all along. Location number one, it's located under power lines. We shouldn't be housing people under those lines. As we all know, that's not a good practice. Number two, we eliminate parking at our hospital. There's no parking now during the day. You can't find a space. And the reason you can't find a space is very simple. Because of the 40-bed facility, hospital staff will no longer, a lot of them won't park behind the hospital as they once did, because they don't feel safe going out at night to get to their vehicle. That is a major issue. This will just compound, as we've heard from the sergeant today, the theft that's going on from vehicles and all the rest. There will be no parking anywhere around our hospital for the people that need it. Number three, I've already stated, it's next to new development. It's just not fair to those developers or the people living there that are buying those homes and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to do so. Number four, public consultation, minimal. And I'm sorry that staff has to deliver this, and we have to bear the brunt of this without BC Housing and Lived here tonight to explain why. It's a problem. And to fairness to staff, when the elimination of that of public hearings was proposed by the government of BC to be eliminated, Director Gao stated it's going to create problems. I appreciate those words. It has creating problems. Now, here's the crux of the matter with the motion that's on the floor to rescind. I believe that, or I have found out, Vancouver Coastal Health is in the process of creating what is called a master plan for those hospital lands through our regional hospital district and the regional district. They've done so for one already in the lower coast. Ours is coming next here, and we shouldn't be weighing in on their vision, and they call it a health vision that they're working on and bringing forward that plan in short order. We should wait until that plan is developed and not weigh in on this chunk of property at this point in time. And if this gets dragged to a new council, then they can at least see the information and make an informed judgment. Right here, we're shooting in the dark, going down the wrong road in my estimation. I'm just about finished, but I have to say that in terms of what's going on presently in our community, and I have it from reliable sources, what they're doing in Vancouver for this World Cup, and that's handing out $1,000 vouchers to a lot of people and saying, where would you like to go? There's a lot of new faces showing up in our community as a result.
Point of order, Chair.
I've heard firsthand that that is occurring.
Councillor Palm, just hold on a minute. The point of order called. Well, Councillor Elliott, what is your point of order? Or Councillor Isaacson, sorry.
Yeah, inflammatory, spurious comments defaming actors in Vancouver with no basis in fact. I think it is not helpful to add that information to our discussion.
I'm not going to say that Councillor Isaacson has a point of order. I'm just going to suggest that you keep your comments to what you know to be a fact, as opposed to what you might have heard from somebody, and continue along and finish what you have to say.
Fact as to where that information came from?
No. Just go ahead and finish your comments, please.
Okay, I won't go there. So where I'm going with this is very simple. We've all heard the term build it, they will come. That multiplies the problem. I hear it from the public regularly. So in terms of where we are in this process, we in the plan that's coming forward from Vancouver Coastal Health, we should just simply say, we should just stop this in its tracks right now and not go forward with this motion tonight. We should hold off. We should delay. And if council sees fit, I will make that motion after we've gone through the process of rescinding whatever, but we shouldn't be doing it right now. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on the motion to rescind the bylaw? Elliott.
Thank you. So this is the first motion in a series of motions. Technically, we're supposed to speak to the actual motion on hand, and the motion to approve would be separate from the motion to rescind. So I just wanted to make that point that we get to speak to the actual motions to approve separately from a motion to rescind. Procedurally wise, that makes a difference to when we bring our points up normally. So I'm in favor of rescinding the inaccurate bylaw wording so that we can get to the part where we debate whether we want to approve the changes, and after that, whether we want to approve or bring forward for third reading and so on. Sticking to procedure, I think it's proper to rescind this and get down to the part where we make decisions. And I would save my comments for that point in time because I think that's appropriate to speak to the motion at hand, just to explain what we're doing here. So I'm in favor of the motion to rescind.
Anyone else? Yeah, they on your hands. All those in favor of the motion to rescind. All those opposed? Motion is defeated with, or the motion is passed with Councillor Palm opposed. Would you like to continue, Councillor Isaacson?
Sure. Move that City of Pell River zoning bylaw 2100, 2014, amended bylaw 2761, 2024 be amended by striking out by rezoning a portion of the parcel legally described as TBD in section 2 and inserting by rezoning portions of the parcels legally described as Lot 1, District Lot 450, Group 1, New Westminster District Plan EPP 151609 and Lot 2, District Lot 450, Group 1, New Westminster District Plan EPP 151609 and by replacing the zoning map shown in Schedule 1 with an updated version that reflects the amalgamation of lands as shown on EPP 151609.
For seconder, Councillor Alameda, he seconds the motion.
And speaking to the motion,
Explain.
thank you. Yeah, this is as I described earlier, the first three or the first two in particular are housekeeping motions, and the motions that would advance the project are the latter ones, and I'll reserve my comments on those motions when we get to them. Thank you.
Anyone else? See any hands up? All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Councillor Palm is opposed. The motion passes with one opposed. Next item.
I move that City of Pell River zoning bylaw 2100, 2014, amendment bylaw 2761, 2024, as amended, be read a third time.
Read by Councillor Alameda. You want to go ahead and state your position?
Thank you. I feel like whether this motion passes and we move on to the subsequent one, both of these motions would move the project forward. And so, whether obviously every member of council can decide when they want to insert their views and participate in debate over the readings. And so this one would take the corrected. This motion takes the corrected amendment bylaw and would provide it to third reading. And if passed, we would move into adoption for a next vote.
Anyone else? Race to get hands up here. I think I saw Councillor Scott first.
Thank you, Chair. This is a early step in a process that's already taken 4 years. If for no other reason,
microphone.
If for no other reason, I support it because it keeps our community's options open. No final decisions are made, as our Director of Planning has detailed already in his report. Very adequate and comprehensive report to us. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Councillor Doudt and Chair and Acting Mayor for today. So I share many concerns of our people in community, and this plan that has been before council since the previous council initiated conversations on this topic, including looking at various sites throughout the city for such a project, was linked to funding that was announced and provided through Vancouver Coastal Health quite a while back, called Complex Care. And to this date, they have no facility to implement the Complex Care at, specifically because they have instead managed to do mobile teams and the staff are trying to implement complex care all over the place. And that model is what they're doing right now, but wasn't the preferred or way they had wanted to do it in the first place. It was intended to be complex care beds that were purpose-built and part of this project that's been on the books for, 6 years now. So I remember Director Gao was with us looking at all of those various different places. The proposed site is on city lands, not subject to a master plan from the Vancouver Coastal Health master planning project, but it does give up extra land for that plan in that the undeveloped complex way goes back to the hospital board and increases the amount of land available to develop the master plan on. And things like replacing evergreen care are on the master plan list to look at. Things like making adequate parking for the overall facility for our hospital and care. The ability to do complex care and share staff that tend to be housed at the hospital when they're doing their work is increased by being located next to the hospital. There are many avenues that we use to advocate for improved service delivery in all of those BC housing projects that are happening. We advocate at UBCM, AVICC, we support resolutions that ask for better service delivery. None of that service delivery, if we manage to get better service delivery, will be implemented within our community if we do not have the facilities to do it. And so from my perspective, getting money to get it built and then working super hard at getting delivery better might be the way to go. We currently have people living in our forests. It's dangerous. It's not good. We haven't got a plan to move them along because they don't have access to housing. We haven't got a permanent shelter in our city. When we don't have a shelter or places for people to go and it's winter time, they find their own places to go, and we're not even allowed to move them along because we don't have a facility, and it's against their constitutional laws to move them along without a place to put them. So unfortunately, it appears as though a shelter is going to be needed on a permanent basis to manage that change in landscape of law. I don't see ad hoc temporary decisions for shelter continuing over and over to be an adequate solution. They happen that the time delays are too much. It takes too much time to get them in place. We miss our windows half the time, and it's what causes people to be out in the cold in the winter time. So that isn't a very good plan. The project before us is a partnership between Vancouver Coastal Health, which they're on board with. The land belongs to the city, but the BC Housing implements the project.
Councillor Elliott, I
Yes.
don't know how much you're going to take to get to the end of your comments, but we are getting to the end of our legal time to have a meeting. So I'm looking for approval to extend our deadline for council for at least half an hour. And if everybody gives a thumbs up, we need unanimous approval, we can do that. Anybody object? Okay, we'll continue on. Sorry for the interruption, but we've got another half hour so we can discuss it.
Thank you. I take with gravity the situation we are in our community, and I am listening. The only problem I'm seeing is that the options that people are at aren't before us to solve a problem at this moment in time. There is no, and we are supporting to the best of our ability through the community force donations that we make to alternative facilities. Miclac facility was supported by this council through the grant system. We will probably support further development for women's treatment shelters in the future through that same avenue. BC Housing isn't offering, we damn well did ask. We asked over and over and over again, and we're still asking for sober living for people too. That wasn't on the table. So as we try to provide the housing required for people in our community to get them out of our forests, off our streets, in safer places, we will continue to ask for, continue to advocate for all of the different types of housing we need, the treatment that we need, as loudly as we have been from the beginning. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this project because I think we can do continuous improvement as we go and continue to advocate for better service delivery.
Thank you. Councillor Southcott.
He beat me.
Okay. Anyone else before I take my turn? I think it's important now because this is, I don't know how this vote is going to turn out, but we'll see. So I want to let my point of view be known. So we have an application, and BC Housing has offered to build and operate for the city of Powell River a shelter and a supportive housing building. It will accommodate complex care facilities for people who need particular health care that they can't get at the hospitals. It'll provide shelter beds. We have a temporary shelter on Barnett Street, and it is planned to be temporary for 1 or 2 years while a new facility is built. Part of a comprehensive plan. Once the new supportive housing is built, the land on Barnett Street will be available for affordable, attainable housing for a wide variety of people. It could be combined with other things like daycares and various service facilities in that building. So it's not on hospital land, it's on city-owned land. It's not city money going into building it. It's provincial money that's provided by the province. The province is going to build it, and the province is going to operate it and pay for the cost. All we're doing, if these motions pass, is leasing the land. I was watching the news today, and the mayors of all of the big cities in Canada were telling the Premier, the Prime Minister of Canada, that he should take homelessness as a building initiative for Canada, as a national building influence to build more housing for people. And we need to do that. We need to build housing for the most needy and everybody else. You know, I don't think, and we are doing that as a council. You have examples tonight of various steps in that process, and no council doesn't have all the money to do it. We need the assistance of the province and the federal government to accomplish that. But I am in favor of building another supportive housing in this place because it will give an opportunity to get more people off the streets, make it a better place for all of us to live, and make it a safer place for all of us, including the homeless who are without the safety of a shelter right now. So that's my comment. I'm in favor of this motion. I'll be in favor of the next one. I'm gonna ask you one more time to not shout out and to maintain decorum. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions at the end of the meeting. So please do that. Councillor Isaacson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I think one of the questions we heard earlier is, you know, couldn't this project here be something else like seniors housing, sober living, second stage housing? And unfortunately, for this project, the answer is no. We had a very specific offer from the province, and really our options are to proceed or not. We do not have a lot of negotiating room. When the provincial budget was passed this year, there were a number of other communities that were less far along or where councils were trying to negotiate that were canceled or indefinitely postponed. And we happened to maintain this project, and that's not true for a lot of other communities. So for this funding envelope, it's really this or nothing. Having said that, I would enthusiastically support a housing proposal asking for city land for sober living, seniors living. That's just not what we have in front of us. Seniors housing in this community currently, it could be different if we had a housing authority by the city, but currently is led with nonprofit housing providers. And so Kiwanis, Sunset Homes, Life Cycle, you know, previous councils in this council have supported those housing projects in different way. And unfortunately, the province recently suspended the Community Housing Fund, which would mean no big funding opportunities for those types of projects. And so at our committee of the whole meeting on Tuesday, we directed staff to prepare, it has to go to council, but prepare and ask to meet with the Ministry of Housing or the Minister of Housing about the suspension of that housing fund, because housing projects like seniors housing, like housing for people experiencing family violence, for sober living, those are all very important. That's just not what we have on the table right now. And so I agree with the frustration that those sorts of projects aren't in front of council, but it takes a team. It's not up to city alone. When I look at consider the types of policies or the types of financial investments that this city has made as it relates to the 4 pillars of drug policy. And so the largest investments that this city has made and the taxpayers have made directly and indirectly are 1, enforcement through RCMP, and 2, in treatment through the Powell River Community Forest, and almost $1 million to MCLAT, and a recent letter of support for further funding and development opportunities. And so this council has demonstrated very strong, in financial terms, support for recovery. I believe it's an important part of the puzzle. They all are important parts of the puzzle, but we need people to stay alive long enough to be able to get into treatment. And right now, we're playing catch up. We also, some other related meetings with ministers on Tuesday, we talked about or asked staff to prepare, again, it has to go to council first, but for a meeting with BC Housing related to service provider selection process. So that was passed unanimously at Committee of the Whole. At a previous UBCM, I instigated and asked for a meeting with BC Housing that a number of council members attended, expressing the exact concern of being in a small community where one solution does not fit all, where there are people struggling with addiction who need housing, and there are people who do not or not suited to be around people who are struggling in addiction and that need sober living. Both of those are important, and I have advocated for that to BC Housing. Again, that is just not the offer that we have on the table today. And so one of my main, other than everything that I've just shared in terms of my rationale, I think when I think about, you know, the impact of these projects in our community and their importance and my support for them is what the right comparison is. And so I think it's natural to think about the way things were in 2019 before the first supportive housing came into play, and compare that to where we are now. But so much has changed, not only in our community, but across our province and country since then. It's not possible to blame the challenges, the real challenges that members of our community are facing with related to health and addiction and safety, specifically to supportive housing. The accurate comparator would be, where are we now with supportive housing in our community, and then the hypothetical alternative where we're in it today with the same societal challenges and we don't have supportive housing. I think we are better as a whole in our community as a result of having supportive housing. That doesn't mean that there's all the problems are gone. I acknowledge that people are concerned for their physical and property safety. I acknowledge concern for people who are unhoused, who would like to live with dignity and safety as well. And I acknowledge all of the service providers who are trying to find the best ways that they can to keep people housed, to keep people safe, to support them in their dignity, to get to a place where they choose to enter into recovery. And so it's complicated, and the people that do that work in housing and service providers and people who are impacted in other ways, that's really hard. And so I acknowledge their work. So yeah, overall, this is, we have something on offer, and the question is, will we do better by our residents by passing it? And I believe that the net is positive, and so I support this motion. I acknowledge that it's imperfect and it doesn't come without challenge, but it's the the best opportunity. Now, technically, this vote here is about rezoning. It doesn't approve a project, but I think it's disingenuous to not relate it to the actual project. And so I focus mostly on the project. In order for that to become possible, the land needs to be rezoned, and that's what I'm supporting tonight. Thank you.
Second time speaker. Okay, so I've got Councillor Palm and then Councillor Southcott as second time speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. As Councillor Isaacson just pointed out, the decision tonight is to support or not support this endeavor before us tonight. So first and foremost, I'll repeat again, safety of our citizens is paramount in my mind. And creating more opportunity of housing for more types that need it of the supportive type is not helping our safety in our community. And I want to talk about the capacity issue, which I didn't touch on previously. The capacity of our fire, our police, in particular our hospital staff. All of those have expenses and they cost us dearly. Expenses for fire going through the roof. I hesitate to say that if we get over 15, the police costs will go through the roof as well. But the main focus here is hospital staff capacity. A small little community like Powell River just does not have the trained professionals and support to accommodate more and more that need supportive housing. We have to draw the line and think of the residents and the safety and the chaos we're creating on our streets as a result of this decision tonight. So I'm advocating this should be postponed until we get the report coming from VCH so that you are fully informed of the hospital lands and perhaps a second extended care facility, which I was on the regional district board and created, that we presently have. That is the greatest need right now with our aging population. Thank you, Chair.
Oh. Yeah, Councillor Alameda, you're a first-time speaker, so you can go ahead, and Councillor Southcott will be next, and we're eating into the time, so I'd like to ask people to make their comments as straightforward as they can, although I really want to hear what you think.
Thank you, Chair. I believe actually our procedure bylaws only allow for speaking once on when a motion is on the floor, so I don't know if and based on what's, yeah, so anyway.
You want to limit speakers to one time?
Considering it's 9:15, yeah, I do. So
okay, well, hang on. Takes a unanimous agreement to go into my remembering of the procedure bylaw. So when it gets to Councillor Southcott's time, I'll see if people want to agree with the second time speaker. So go ahead and state your position if you'd like on the motion.
Thank you. I would love to be in a position where we didn't have to have a conversation about homelessness and those suffering from drug-related matters and things, but unfortunately we don't live in that world. And there's no perfect solution when it comes to a development like this. And as Councillor Isaacson already stated, we don't control what the funds are for. We basically get to play in a sandbox, but we have to provide the land and everyone else provides the sand and the toys and the box itself. And that's the way it goes, unfortunately. So yes, there's tons of need in our community for everything that other councillors in the community have mentioned. Unfortunately, this is the item that's available to us right now to take it or leave it. I don't think leaving it makes our community any safer from our current situation. So I would rather move forward with the project and continue to advocate, as Councillor Isaacson said, for the many different things that we have advocated for at UBCM meetings and so on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I have Rob Southcott, Councillor Southcott, had his hand up to be a second time speaker. Do we have unanimous approval to allow Councillor Southcott to speak? No.
No.
See the hand shaking. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to read the bylaw a third time?
No, sorry, we're on the
That's correct.
okay, you're right. Sorry.
I think I'm right.
You're right. You're good.
Sort of paying attention. All those in favor of the motion to rescind the bylaw?
We need a third time.
We're reading it a third time.
The third reading. There's a lot of things going on tonight, trying to keep up.
Motion.
All those opposed? Councillor Palm is opposed. So the motion to read the bylaw a third time is passed with Councillor Palm opposed. You want to do the last resolution in this?
Well, continue on. I move that City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100-2014 amendment bylaw 2761-2024 be adopted.
We have a seconder for that, Councillor Almeida. Any more discussion?
I would only like to add one more thing, and that is the true concern that Councillor Palm raised related to expenses. Fortunately, it's much cheaper to house people than it is to treat them in hospital or to have fire and ambulance deal with them. And so this is a solution to that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thanks, Chair. So I previously said that if for no other reason to keep the community's options open, I support this. But I support it for much more of a reason than that. Also, because my previous vocation, during my previous vocation, I watched homelessness arrive in our community, which wasn't here before. And a number of those people ended up in the supportive housing that we have now. Some of them are actually relatives of friends of mine. And I would really be surprised if that wasn't the case for many of us in this community, in this room even. I also want to remind us that we got our foot in the door early and we had cooperation from BC Housing when this started, and that was at least 4 years ago. Now, through this process, there's been all sorts of change go on, and that is very likely to continue as concepts and capability and capacity changes. But we do have our foot in the door, and we need to keep our foot in the door because no solution is not a solution. And the results of that is simply the situations that we have in front of us getting worse. So we have something that we can still influence and control in this proposal, and we are at an early stage in it. We can still guide this and create what we need in this community. And that's basically what I wanted to assert. Thank you.
Councillor Palm.
Yeah, just last comment. We can get some motion, obviously, that other communities have realized that what is going on in their streets and in their community is not healthy for the overall population. They are refusing to support additional supportive housing in places like Richmond, Vancouver, elsewhere in the interior. So they've said enough is enough. And this is not about funding. And I'll reiterate it, it's not about funding. I understand, and I have compassion for those that are down and out. But I also am elected by the people of this community that I've heard from that do not want to see more of what has been going on as a result of supportive housing. You can say it's housing, but anyway, I'm not going to say anymore.
Anyone else? I'll call the question on the adoption of the City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2010-2014, amendment bylaw 2761-2024 to adopt. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Palm opposed. Now it's 9:20. We have 10 minutes left unless we extend our time. And I'd like to hear from staff about the urgency of dealing with 11.4, the unappropriated general surplus. It looks to me like we actually should be doing that reasonably quickly because of the subject matter of it and the election assent bylaw. So I would actually like to, unless they're not essential to deal with. Staff, do you have a comment?
Sorry, I didn't hear the second part of that, Acting Mayor. Where was the question if we needed to deal with both of those this evening? Are they both time sensitive?
Yes.
Yes, the election and assent voting bylaw and the unappropriated. I mean, of the two of them, I would say potentially the unappropriated accumulated surplus bylaw is less time sensitive, but ideally we could work through all three of the items on the agenda.
Well, I was just trying to get to that. I think we've got a couple of items that are time sensitive. We've got question period, and we've got some new business. And I would like to go ahead, and my preference would be to do the rest of the items on the agenda before we adjourn. I'm prepared to stay. Some people who have questions to ask us have been prepared to stay this long to answer them, and I'm prepared to stay to answer the questions. So I'd like to put it to council. Would you like to continue until we have completed the items on the agenda? Just show me a thumbs up if you weren't.
I would be prepared to stay till 10 o'clock. I have to go at 10, but you may have a quorum after that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'm thinking we can continue. We'll do the best we can and try to get them through quickly because I think
Sorry, Chair, did that need unanimous support?
I was actually putting it to a vote, but it actually does need unanimous support.
I would be opposed to continuing and dealing with these items at a later date. They're not time sensitive to any great degree, are they?
Yeah, the CAO just said they are.
That's unfortunate because I want to allow the.
Well, they are, and I'd like to get to getting them done. So are you okay with that, Councillor Palm, or would you like to go home now? Okay, so we are extending the agenda. We'll do the best we can to get it done. That leaves us to a couple of important resolutions. The next one, I think, is the unappropriated accumulated general surplus reserve fund transfer and repealing bylaws. And we have our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. I'll try and be quick with this. This is mostly administrative. It's really following on the efforts from the interim financial officer, which Council has already seen with the updated reserve and surplus policy. So there's 3 recommendations in front of Council right now. There's the reserve fund transfer bylaw and the repealing bylaw, and that is essentially what Council has already seen, and to outlay the reserve and surplus policy as amended and adopted by Council. The new item is the $250,000 transfer from the sewer capital reserve account and from the water reserve capital account to the general fund unappropriated accumulated surplus. That's because at year end, the general accumulated surplus was less than previously anticipated. It's an important account because these are the funds that are used during emergency expenditures. And it's also the funds that the city draws upon until property taxes are collected. So it's important that that the surplus maintains at a certain level. And then this will get revisited as we go into the financial planning process. Also in the report, there was 2 reserves that were highlighted. They're showing negative balances in 2027. This is because the balances at 2025 year end were less than forecasted. And so this will get revisited as part of the 2027 financial planning process. So it's something to highlight, but not anything to be overly concerned about at this immediate point in time. Yeah, if there's any other questions from Council, I'll happily answer them at this time.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is, money that's currently in the sewer capital reserves and the water capital reserves, are those part of our general taxation dollars that we transfer each year into those reserves? Is that how they got there? they're not part of reserves that are created from charging fees, correct?
So the fees are, so there's a portion of fees and also general taxation. So the fees from water and sewer are kept in their individual reserves. And then there's also funds from general taxation in our general reserve that then get transferred to reserves at year end. And so outlined in the report, there was some significant transfers from general surplus, which is taxation and other fees that are in the general fund that were transferred. And so basically where we're at is the general surplus is low, and we've decided that some funds need to get transferred back just to top up the accumulated surplus.
Reallocating the previously allocated reserve funds.
Exactly. And so like that's the importance, which I think the interim financial officer touched on, is it's important to keep that general surplus at a certain level and not over allocate out to these reserve funds, because that is that is the city's emergency funds.
Follow up, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So does this change our sort of general plan for ensuring the sewer and water reserves maintain where they're supposed to be going, given our aging infrastructure, or does that make us have to revisit that and change our plan moving forward at all?
So through the chair, that'll get revisited prospectively. So outlined in the report, there are the reserve balances, assuming the current 5-year plan. And so both of those accounts have funds remaining in it. We are still going through some master planning process of what future expenses will be coming. And so that's really what will get revisited in the next financial planning process. We'll be matching these reserves to future spending.
Thank you. And sorry, I found it hard to absorb the report and remember it through all of this today. I was mostly confirming my understanding, and if I have it right, that's great.
Yeah.
Anyone else with any questions? Staff, do we need to deal with each one of these? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not putting anybody on the spot here, but I've been at this game for a long time, and I was always under the impression that our individual reserve accounts were designated for the purpose they are outlined or labeled as. So how did these reserves, which used to be very plentiful, get depleted so badly?
Through the acting mayor, that would be something I'd have to look at the history. I know there have been some substantial capital projects that have been taken on. Just thinking off the top of my head of one that we're seeing right now is the sewer projects that have come online. As for the other reserve accounts, I'd have to look back into the history and can come back to a report to council on that.
I would really appreciate a report coming forward in that realm. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? The AO, did you have a comment?
I was just going to answer your question about whether or not they could all be done at the same time. It's been designed so that the first two could be done at the same time, and then the second and third motions as outlined on the agenda could be dealt with after.
That would be a good thing to do, I think. Someone like to make a motion? Councillor Southcott?
Thank you, Chair. I move that 250,000 be transferred from the sewer capital reserve account to the general fund unappropriated accumulated surplus account, and that $250,000 be transferred from the water capital reserve account to the general fund unappropriated accumulated surplus account.
You have a seconder? Councillor Alameda, any discussion? See any? All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Number 2, you're on a roll.
I move that reserve fund transfer bylaw 2814-2026 be read a first, second, and third time.
And
Can we do the third one separately?
no, there's an and.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Alameda seconds it. Any discussion on number 2?
I-
Councillor Elliott.
I would amend the motion to include number 3 and that reserve fund repealing bylaw 2815-2026 be read a first, second, and third time.
We have a seconder. That's good. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Back to the motion, the second and third part combined together. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Once again, carried unanimously. Item 11.5, election and dissent voting bylaw. Corporate officer.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. The report you have before you outlines proposed draft new election and dissent voting bylaw 2821 for this year's general election falling on October 17th. There are a number of amendments to the local election provisions of the Local Government Act, necessitating amendments to our current election bylaw. And those changes are tracked in Appendix B for your perusal. The biggest change to be implemented under the new bylaw is to adopt the provincial voters list as the register of resident electors for the city of Powell River. And that was after analysis of the provincial election in 2024, wherein it was determined there was a large number of resident electors on the list. Staff obtained the list, and there are over 11,000 registered resident electors in the city. So it is of great advantage to us to utilize the provincial voters list, and we need to do that by including it in the election bylaw. Residents who aren't yet registered on the provincial list will have the ample opportunity to do so. They can do so online, and they can check online if they are registered or not. There are a number of legislative highlights that are identified in the report. I won't go through those all. And there were a number of additional definitions added to the bylaw, including expanded provisions for mail ballot voting and automated vote counting systems. There is an option for the chief election officer to not use an automated vote counting system in the event of a by-election. And the reasons that that might be considered are laid out in section 5.7 of the draft bylaw. There is a delegation of authority to the city's corporate officer in section 5.5 to approve agreements with the school district and the regional district to conduct elections on behalf of the school district and to share the costs of doing so. Arrangements have been along those lines in the past. This is an updated agreement, and the school district has actually just recently amended their bylaws to ensure that they're consistent and aligned with the city's election bylaws, which would be the go-to in the conduct of the election. Advanced voting dates are identified in council's schedule already. They are October 7th, 10th, and 14th, with general election day on the 17th. General voting day locations are designated by the chief election officer under the Act and are yet to be finalized. There are some issues I identified in the report, wherein we're going to consider changing up what we did in 2022 in respect of Brooks Secondary School in Townsite, and considering Westview Elementary School instead. There are a number of key dates that are identified in the report, along with resource page links, and those are there for all to see. Any questions?
Councilor Alameda, any questions? Isaacson? Question?
Yeah, well, my questions were related to the use of the provincial list. That will actually be a really huge change for our community. People are used to are used to same day voter registration and walking up and voting. And that would still be possible, but it's a change. And so I'm wondering what will be the results of using the provincial voter list from a voter experience standpoint? Like, will they be required to go to a specific voting location? Will they all still be open? Could they be in a situation where they are not able to vote because of the change to using a provincial voters list?
It will actually streamline the process for the voters. Voters will have and we anticipate they'll have a much better experience. It'll be quicker. We will have, in addition to the automated voting system, voters list management software, which will enable us to quickly accept the voters' identification and cross them off the list, give them their ballot, and off they go. And it should smooth things out. We previously had to manually go through a list, find voters' names on the list, manually cross things off. It should be much smoother and quicker. So I anticipate voters will have a better experience.
Are you familiar with the use of, well, one, is this a requirement? And also, I mean, we used same day registration for a really long time. How do we compare it to other communities? Is it pretty standard to use the voters list versus same day registration? So yeah, two questions about the use in other communities, and the first one I've already forgotten because it's I'm hot and it's late. What was my first question?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. In my experience, most communities will use the provincial voters list, other than ones that are very small and some electoral areas or regional districts doing electoral area voting. Voters have the opportunity, like I say, to register online or to check that they are registered. It's a quick and easy process that's hosted by Elections BC. And as you noted, if they aren't registered when they come to vote, they can do so at the time. So it's kind of a win-win for voters and for staff that will be conducting the election. In terms of youth, there is also a part of the online voter registration system wherein youth can register as future voters and get used to the idea of what that looks like and how it works, and take an interest in civic participation. So another good aspect of it.
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. So the automated counting machines are not new to our community, but I just want to ask a quick question about, so the voter themselves puts their ballot into the counting machine, and then it goes into a storage place in case it has to be recounted later. Is that correct?
It goes through the machine and into the ballot box. Yeah.
And it's stored in case there needs to be. So what are the measures taken to make sure that the machine is counting properly? How do we make sure that's working?
There's a testing process through the chair that ensures that we're starting at zero, that the counting tape is everything's functional and in order. With respect to, for instance, advanced voting, the machines are paused and the ballot boxes are sealed so that nothing can be tampered with. There's a number of checks and balances that are identified. A lot of those procedures are identified in the bylaw itself with respect to, I think it's Schedule G that talks about those procedures and identifies what those checks and balances look like.
Like accounting, do we have double counting? Do we know how many votes went into a particular ballot box and therefore the number should add up to the right number of ballots, that kind of thing?
Yes, regardless of whether you're using an automated counting system or not, there are ballot reconciliation forms that staff will use in any election to ensure that the number of ballots that are dispensed line up with the number at the end of the night. Those that are voted ballots, those that are spoiled, those that are not used, and so reconciliation is a big part of the process as well.
Thank you. I'm so jealous of Carolyn's fan at the back of the room back there. It's
Councillor Palm.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Who should be concerned that they may not be on the provincial voters list? Is it first-time voters, or who might not be on that list?
First-time voters is probably the most likely demographic that might not be on the list. And so those people would be encouraged through communications that will be loading up soon on the website to provide people with information on how to vote and where to vote and registering to vote as well. So yeah, we'll make sure that we identify those people and target them for some of those communications.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Alameda.
Thank you. Just to answer Councillor Palm's question too, I imagine people that move to the community right around now, because I believe you have to be in the community for 6 months to be able to vote. And so if you move in town, then I imagine it won't be updated yet.
Yeah. Go ahead, Corporate.
The chair, in response to Councillor Armida's comments about 6 months, the residency requirement only applies to living in the province. You don't have to live in the community, just in the province. In terms of non-resident voters, those who own property but don't reside in the community, there is a 30-day requirement for that.
Councillor Elliott.
I move that election assent voting bylaw 2821/2026 be read a first, second, and third time.
The seconder for that, Councillor Southcott. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Nobody opposed. It's carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Mr. Corporate Officer. We have no unfinished business. We have no committee recommendations. And under new business, we have application for intervenor status PREI license application. Mr. Corporate Officer, we haven't seen you for a few seconds, so.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of the report before you is to provide council with the information that was requested pertaining to the city's intention to apply for intervenor status in respect of the application by Powell River Energy Inc. for a license to export energy it produces from the facilities in and around Powell River. The Commission for the Canada Energy Regulator issued a procedural update in April in terms of this licensing procedure, and laid out and clearly identified those factors and criteria that it will consider in making its decision, which are laid out as a list of issues, they call it. The first one, which has 1A and 1B, is regarding fair market access, and it pertains to those who are prepared to purchase energy from PREI. We do not fall in that category, so we cannot really participate in a meaningful way that would add value to the Commission in terms of their consideration of the application in that respect. The same goes for item 3A on the list of issues, which is in respect of Indigenous issues, and those will be spoken to by those parties. With respect to item 2A, B, C, and D, this is where this is the portion of the proceedings where the city could provide value and assist the commission in assessing the application by putting forward background information, past, present, future reliance on industrial opportunities to replace the mill operation for which the electrical power facilities were created, economic development, the sustainable community plan, policies and plans that would speak to the need to preserve the resource for the benefit of the city, its businesses, and residents within the term of the proposed license, and any potential conditions that ought to be attached if the CER were to grant a license. The city would be playing a large role in terms of gathering that information, but a lawyer would be retained in order to direct that gathering, do editing and submission drafting. Details for the hearing portion of the matter have not yet been disclosed. Staff did inquire as to whether or not the commission will have both oral and written submissions and where the hearing will take place. And we're informed that no commission decision has yet been made in that regard. In order to advocate for change of venue, one does have to be an intervener and have that status. So that would be another aspect of what we would propose to do if we are successful in gaining intervener status. But in summary, it's recommended that the city apply for intervener status on the basis of providing the commission with the city's perspective on the draft license conditions that the commission will issue for comment, whether or not a license is in fact issued. This would limit the city's participation to the portion of the proceeding that we can actually add value to. And it's also recommended that the city apply for to support moving the hearing if necessary. The hearing portion could be very expensive in terms of if participation in that. So there is a request as well that a limit of up to $50,000 be set as maximum that the city can incur in the process. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Elliott, do you have a question?
Do.
Oh, go ahead.
I first want to say so much thanks to staff for this report. I know that we are completely united in our community around the issue. It's so important to our future that we try to do what we can to ensure that we have access to power for economic development in our community. And I know over at the regional district, they've made a similar motion to apply for intervener status without this kind of detail. And I'm assuming that their avenue for becoming an intervener would be based on that same clause that the clause 2 for appropriate conditions of license would be their way in as well. Would there be, or have we thought about whether there would be some value in seeking legal advice and cost sharing, or would it be to our advantage to maintain separate legal advice in that regard?
Through the chair, it's something that I'm sure we could have discussions.
Explore. Yeah.
Where interests align and where we can support one another if that's if that opportunity is available to us.
Awesome. And after everyone's finished asking question, I will be so honored to make this motion.
A question, Chair, if I can, through the chair to Corporate Officer DeYoung. I'm wondering, there's $50,000 that's recommended to take out of the Financial Stabilization Reserve Fund, which is meant for, the odd special projects that pop up from time to time. Given for me, the question is not whether or not to apply, it's does it warrant this level of spending? Is it in the interest of our community to spend that? And so I think it is, but I'm wondering if there's any other one-off projects that are at risk. Like, what's the opportunity cost? What might we not be able to spend money on if from this fund?
I don't think we can actually answer that question.
Okay. Because there's nothing like planned that it's going off the table. Yeah.
And the whole idea with the fund is for unfunded. So
yeah,
something could come up, but we don't know what that could be.
Okay, thank you.
You want to make a motion, Councillor Elliott?
I would be pleased to do so, Chair. I move that council direct staff to apply for intervener status on the basis of providing the Commission of the Canada Energy Regulator, the Commission, with the city's perspective on the draft license conditions that the Commission will issue for comment, whether or not a license is in fact issued, and that if intervener status is granted by the Commission to the city, but the hearing is not scheduled to take place in Powell River, that council directs staff to apply for or support a change of venue to preferably the city of Powell River, or alternatively to a location in Metro Vancouver. And there is no and, so I guess I have to make that last part separate.
Okay, now seconded. Any discussion on that? Councillor Elliott.
I know it's late and it's hot. I just want to say how much I support moving forward with this action that puts us in the best position to influence what could happen with the power coming from the dams in our area. Thank you.
I just want to say that I am really happy to see this come. It's the kind of report I was hoping we would get. It outlines what we can possibly contribute to the licensing procedure. It talks about the costs and how we might go about it. I see the $50,000 maximum is there, but I think there's probably an opportunity if we get into it and there are issues that the city wants to push forward, that we might extend that when the time comes. But this will get our foot in the door and get us a chance to speak to the powers that be on a very important issue in economic development. So thanks, and I'll be voting in favor of this. Is there any other comments? All those in favor of the motion? And any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Elliott.
I move that council direct staff to amend City of Powell River 5-year financial plan bylaw 2794-2026 to include up to a maximum of $50,000 to be spent on the application and subsequent participation in the intervener program to be funded through the Financial Stabilization Reserve Fund.
Right, Councillor Southcott. Discussion.
So the bulk of those will likely go to legal fees, and the stabilization fund I feel is appropriate because not only is it for emergencies and things that come up that are unfunded, stabilizing our community's economy may very well depend on access to power in the future. Thank you.
Else? All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. No introduction of late items, no notices of motions that I'm aware of, and we are at the public clarification period. And subject to the rules of conduct set out in Section 11 of the Council Procedure Bylaw, members of the public may ask questions to clarify items discussed during the meeting for a maximum of 2 minutes. Questions must not be asked about a public hearing where the bylaw has not yet been adopted, defeated, or abandoned, nor on any other matters listed in Section 19.8 of the Council Procedure Bylaw. So, does any members of the public would like to have any clarification after Mr. Galinsky, who traditionally goes first?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I appreciate that. My first question is with regard to item 11.3, which is a complex way road closure. The staff report states that a draft lease will be presented at a future meeting. And I'm wondering if terms have been worked out or if it is still a work in progress subject to negotiation.
A corporate officer, I'll let you decide who on staff can respond.
Through the chair to Mr. Galinsky, yes, it is in a draft stage. There's nothing to report at this point. It's at a very draft stage.
I would ask the director if there have been discussions along this line or whether there have not been at this point.
Through the chair to Mr. Galinsky, perhaps you can clarify what I'm not completely understanding your question.
My question is, has city staff and BC Housing sat down together and discussed the parameters of a lease agreement?
Through the chair, no, city staff have not sat down with BC Housing staff to discuss the parameters of the lease.
I thank the director very much for his response. My second question is with regard to the Canada Energy Regulator intervener status. And I'm wondering how the $50,000 limit was arrived at, Acting Mayor.
Staff took a estimate of approximately $500 per hour for a lawyer, and I'm trying to think of the math that we utilized on it, but came up with a high level amount of time that we would imagine that they would go and build a bit of a buffer in.
I thank the CAO for that response. I think my second question has been answered, but I will ask it anyway. Is the Financial Stabilization Reserve Fund designed for such expenditures?
It is meant to be there for unexpected or unfunded expenditures, so correct.
My final question is, I'm wondering what the balance of the fund is. I'm sure staff will have to get back to me with that one.
Perhaps the CFO can get back to you. I see he's with us. So.
Yeah, through the chair, I can't recall if it was in the report. Otherwise, I'll have to get back to you on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Acting Mayor. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. Roger Whitaker, citizen of Powell River. I'm hopefully on the voter list. I got two questions through the chair. Does this council, both of them in regard to 11.3, does this council remember a pickleball association coming here with fully funded building ready to do and service and do everything? All they needed was a piece of land from the city, and this council said no. And yet tonight we heard that we must do it because they're coming fully funded and ready to manage it and do everything the Pickleball Association said, so we must do it. I find that to be pretty weird. My question is, does the council find that to be pretty weird?
The council has passed the motions that they passed tonight, so you can believe the council believes that items in the motion passed tonight should be done.
Okay, well, the second question is, the council ever heard just because you should, just because you should, or pardon me, just because you can, doesn't mean you should?
I don't think anybody can tell you which members of council have heard.
Sir, if I might make a point of order on that, you answer that me almost every time. We're asked to come up here and not ask individual councillors questions. We're asked to direct them through the chair. I find it very disrespectful that every time I've come up here almost, and I ask council a question, you, sir, take particular glee in telling me that you don't know which councillor thinks what. And I really find that to be a difficult thing to put in my ear. You don't seem to have any trouble putting it in your mouth. I'm sorry if you find that disrespectful, but you've said that to me several times. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to this council.
Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cameron Bailey, and I want to talk or ask a question, if I might. We have rampant drug use, rampant crime in both these facilities, now the one on Joyce and the one on Barnett, where's the logic in building another one that's going to just do exactly the same thing? You talk of safety of these people, but you don't care about the safety of these seniors that are going to live out the rest of their life in the hallway in the hospital. And I don't understand that kind of thinking. There's so much nonsense going on in these two facilities now that people in the bush are afraid to go there if they're trying to get healthy because they know they can't. And as a final aside, Councillor Palm, you have my respect. The rest of you need to understand respect needs to be earned.
Want my fan? Carolyn Jackson, Saskatchewan Avenue. Just a few things I looked up regarding 11.3, and it was discussed a little bit this evening. There's 44 supportive housing beds at Blackberry Creek currently. We have 40 shelter beds at Driftwood Shelter. We have 42 acute beds at the Quebec Regional Hospital. We have 102 long-term beds at Willingdon Creek Village. We have 75 long-term beds at Evergreen Extended Care. Currently, Lift Services has 3 unfilled current postings. Currently, Vancouver Coastal Health has 55 unfilled RN, RPN, LPN postings just in Powell River. As well, they have 3 unfilled carried postings, and we have 7 unfilled doctor postings at the hospital, including the emergency. Thank you.
Anyone else with any public clarification questions?
Hi, Lisa Lima Craft. I just want to respectfully ask where I can purchase the rose-colored glasses that most of council wears when it comes to the supportive housing. Because like Mr. Bailey said, doing the same thing again and expecting a different result isn't, I can't see how things are going to change with this decision. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anybody online that is, no one online? Well, having seen that, I think we have come to the end of our agenda. I want to thank the people who have stayed until the end for your patience, and thank council and particularly staff. It's been a very long day. So thank you for your effort.